Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. We got a big night here on the Friday Night Street Legals. Drift cars are here, and if you look at the far end of the pits, there's a full house. Lots of cars here for drifting. If you're listening online at home, head on down. Drag racing and drifting tonight. Mopac Performance, Friday Night Street Legals, the last race of the season. Thanks to everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Tailgate party, if you're having a hard time hearing us on the PA system, you can get us on the FM dial at 92.7. If you've never raced at Mission Raceway before for the Street Legal Drag Racing Series, there's a great video online on YouTube put on by Titanium Auto Group. And it shows the entire process from paying at the front gate to exiting at the finish line. So a full vision of an entire night here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Take a look at the video. If you have any reservations, head to the start line, and somebody down there will be able to explain the entire process to you before you head down. Now, there is a dress code where you require a full t-shirt, full pants, and shoes. No sandals, no shorts, no muscle shirts. Probably not a problem tonight at 16 degrees. Racing up the racetrack, if you have anything go wrong with your ride, you hear a noise, you see smoke, it goes a little squirrely on you, get off the power, get out of the groove, and stop along the wall. Make sure nothing is leaking from the vehicle before you continue. And please note, everywhere at Mission Raceway Park, the speed limit is 10 kilometers an hour. So when you're driving from your staging area, from your pit to the staging area, watch out for pedestrians. Some people, first time here, they don't realize all the traffic in the pits. If you are a pedestrian, realize the vehicles have to make their way to the staging lanes as each class is called. So please hold the kids' hands and always keep your pets on a leash. 10 kilometers an hour everywhere at Mission Raceway Park. That includes the return road. The only place we encourage you to go quicker than 10 kilometers an hour is on Farmer Lane and at the drift track while on course. If you brought a scooter or a bicycle to the track tonight, you must be 16 years old to ride the bike or the scooter, anything with wheels, and you must be wearing a helmet. That's a new rule at Mission Raceway Park. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you require a helmet to ride a scooter or a bicycle. Anything other than a golf cart. Now, I did spot Barry and Shelley are here tonight, so if you want the mini donuts or delicious coffee product, go visit BS Coffee Shop underneath the bleachers on the pit side of the racetrack. Doesn't cost anything to come over from the spectator side of the track. Just take the Lordco Bridge. Check out all the cool cars and all of the drifting at the far end of the pits. The concession stand is open, the pro shop is open, and if you need a sweater as you get cooler tonight, they do have them at the pro shop. Last chance to get your Christmas shopping done at Mission Raceway Park tonight. Whoever brought you here tonight would love something from the pro shop under the tree. See a lot of Corvettes, and so far only 3 bikes tech cards up in the tower. Looking forward to more bikes. So thanks for being here. We're probably about 10 minutes away from calling cars. A little extra cleanup at the top end of the racetrack this evening. We will be starting with Outlaw, followed by Motorcycle, then Sport Compact, then Domestic. We'll be running as late as we can. We're scheduled to run till 11 o'clock, but the dew point is what we're watching for. I'm gonna hazard a guess probably around 9:30. But watch the roof of your vehicle. When you start to see a little mist collecting on the roof of the vehicle, we're really close to the end of the evening. Now at the tailgate party, there's a yellow curb that most people back their wheels up against. What we want to try to do is keep the area from the yellow curb to the fence clear. So if you have your tailgate open and you're sitting on the tailgate and your feet are on the yellow curb, that's perfect. It's a common courtesy because people up track have a real hard time seeing the start line. So just as a common courtesy, if you could pull your vehicle ahead and keep the area between the yellow curb and the fence clear. We look forward to seeing your pets at Mission Raceway Park, but again, you have to keep them on a leash. So thanks for being here tonight at the Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals at Mission Raceway Park, which is owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a non-profit society since 1952, Canada's oldest hot rod club. We'll be racing real soon, folks. Well, just got word top end of the racetrack. It won't be much longer. Sorry for the delay, folks, but safety always our first concern. We will be placing a call to Outlaw, followed by motorcycle, sport, compact, and domestic in that order. And Outlaw, you can be aware that the call is coming shortly. Meanwhile, Barry and Shelley are here if you need a coffee. Get that reaction time improved a little bit with a bag of mini donuts. That'll shave about, 0.2 of a second off for sure, a whole bag. And the pro shop is open. Grab yourself a sweater, a hat, some stickers, all kinds of cool souvenirs for you at the pro shop. So once again, thanks for your patience, but we're not leaving you unattended tonight. We've got drift cars going right now. See the smoke at the far end of the racetrack by the scoreboard. Go check out the drift cars, and if you're listening from home, smash the like button, jump in your car, and head on down. If you're a Mission resident, absolutely free. You can't beat that. We want to thank the Minute Lube for that here in Mission. Mr. Lube in Mission, right across from Rocco's Diner. Sponsored Friday Night Street Legals for Mission residents getting in free. So be sure to stop by there and get your winter service done. And they sell tires, so they can take care of your winter tires as well. Big shout out to them. So we'll be racing real shortly. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Now, a special reminder tonight, we're not using lane 1. Lane 1 is off limits, so you're going to go to lane 2 and 3. Outlaw, lanes 2 and 3, standby call for motorcycle. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to lanes 2 and 3. Standby call for motorcycle. Friendly reminder, in the pits and the return road, 10 kilometers an hour, please. Outlaw, lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. The 3 motorcycles on tech card. We'll take you to lane 6, please. And standby call for Sport Compact. You're getting the call in just a couple of minutes, so get ready. And if you're racing drift cars and drag racing, Sport Compact, you're getting the call in 1 minute. Motorcycle, lane 6. Outlaw, you've been called to lanes 2 and 3. And for everybody, a reminder that lane 1 is off limits this evening. A little bit of debris we're not cleaning up. Outlaw lanes 2 and 3, motorcycle lane 6. Attention in the pits, Sport Compacts. Make your way to lanes 4 and 5. We're going to load up the lanes. Sport Compact to lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact. You're called to lanes 4 and 5. That only leaves one class on standby. So we got Outlaw 2 and 3, Sport Compact 4 and 5, and motorcycle lane 6. That's a first for me. Race fans here for the first time tonight, welcome to Mission Raceway Park. I hope you fall in love with it. And if you're here on a first date, the person that brought you here tonight's a keeper. Just saying it. Cool place to hang out on a Friday night. Especially if you're hanging out at the tailgate party in the back of your pickup truck in the bed that never needs to be made. The romantic glow of the cargo light can't be beat. Now, if you're at the tailgate party, you can receive us on the FM dial at 92.7 if you want to hear us a little more clearly. I'll try to keep you updated with what's behind the tower, like right now. Outlaw loading up the lanes 2 and 3. Sport Compact lanes 4 and 5, and Motorcycle in lane 6. A fairly low count of motorcycles so far this evening, but a whole bunch of Corvettes again, a bunch of new ones too. It's going to be a great, fast night, and our first pair of Outlaw in the water box. '25 Corvette racing a 2018 Audi. Great grudge match. An RS3. Well, the Corvette ran a 1063 and the Audi went a 970, which was quicker, but a really slow reaction time out of the Audi. But at the Friday Night Street Legals, you're just trying to figure out your car. Reaction time, not so important typically. But that's an example of a whole shot win, where the slower car wins based on reaction time. Ken Christensen not racing bike tonight, racing his Mustang. He's a school teacher out of Maple Ridge, racing Adam Blender, Tower Lane. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaw to lanes 2 and 3. Final call for Outlaw, lanes 2 and 3. 1164 and 1126 from that pair. Ken's Tech shows to be the Kawasaki still, but it's actually his Mustang. Oh, a Dodge matchup, both from 2018. The two-door with the wind light. Goes 140 miles per hour with a 986. Travis goes 1086 at 132. Bit of wheel spin out of the shoebox. Craig Coca getting across the finish line first with a 1174 at 112.19 miles per hour. Well, a big Chevy in the Lorco lane from 1979 shows to be a 468 cubic inch engine. So big block. Taking on a little Ford Mustang with a 289 Tower Lane. Good example of weight to horsepower. Well, that big Chevy actually took the left wheel off the ground, so that's horsepower. $11.49. 112 miles an hour from the Beast. Tower Lane Little Mustang was 1171 at 126 miles an hour. I should read the right one. 1149. for the big heavy Chevy. Ross Walker, Lordco Lane, a 23 Corvette, goes at 11:19, 121 miles per hour. And Dave in the Tower Lane ran a 14:14. Kevin McDonald with a 1968 Torino with a gorgeous car. In Copendale, 91 Mustang Tower Lane. Want to remind all racers tonight, turn off your air conditioning, just in case you forgot. Moisture comes off the bottom of the vehicle, causes problems for us. So if you are drag racing tonight, please make sure that you're not running your air conditioner. And for new drivers at Mission Raceway Park at the top end of the racetrack, once you cross the finish line, everybody turns left off the racetrack. So if you're in the right lane, don't be turning left till you know where the other vehicle is. So as you exit the track at the top end of the racetrack, the right lane yield to the left lane, and both drivers exit to the left. Now, if you look up at the top end of the racetrack, you see a whole bunch of smoke right now. That is not a concern. That is by design. We have drift cars at the top end of the racetrack on the pit side of the racetrack this evening. Check it out. What a cool matchup. A 974 for the Mustang at 135 miles an hour. 1044 for the Torino. What a gorgeous car. 130.85 from the Ford Torino. '17 Audi, Anthony Walker. The 2017 Audi goes 1072, 105.46. The Friday Night Street Legals, getting to see all the classics running. Man, the coolest car show on the planet where you actually run the cars. Kind of makes me feel left out when I go to other car shows. 72 Oldsmobile. And a 68 Dark. No numbers for that pair. Something went a little wrong with their starting procedure. And here we go, motorcycle up next. And at the top end, the motorcycle was going 119 miles an hour. I was going to say 11. 11:59 was the ET. The bike on the spectator side of the racetrack went 12.44, 116 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class to lanes 2 and 3. We're not using lane 1 tonight. So domestic class, you're called to lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 2 and 3. A 2018 Ducati. Rick Thiessen. Nice sounding motorcycle. Pretty quick. 125.24 miles per hour, 11:47. And the sweet sound of the Ducati. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. They're informing me you can still make the call. So if you're a little late to this last call, no double hitting, we're going to spot you. But if you missed the last call, you still got a chance. Last call, Sport Compact. Loads of domestic cars tonight. That's cool. So tailgate party, we're running a bunch of Sport Compact cars right now, but we're just completely filling up the lanes with domestics. Lots of nice cars. I see a bunch of Corvettes, some rad-looking little Camaros, and a couple of really cool hot rods too. So that's coming up. Stay tuned. La Fortune. 96 Mitsubishi goes 12:53 for ET at 119 miles an hour. Flat ant concrete. Cool. Dalton with the 370Z ran 105 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 13.73. '98 Honda Tower Lane. Proving you don't have to be fast to have fun at a Friday Night Street Legals. 75 miles an hour with an ET of 1805. Let's see next round how close their number is. That's the most important part when you're drag racing, is just being consistent with your number. Once you figure out how quick your car can go and you're exactly correct every single time to the thousandth of a second, well, now you can start entering bracket racing. Tower Lane first. 12:75 at 110 miles an hour for the Audi. The Jetta ran 16.9 seconds at 79. Just a little cleanup on the start line. Just a little delay. but we're not stopping. We're continuing on to racing. Spectator side was first with an 1174 at 115 miles per hour. Racing the Friday Night Street Legals. We do have some stickers available for you. There's a sticker that shows your elapsed time, be it 10, 11, 12, or 13 seconds. We have the appropriate sticker for you. And also a 100 mile per hour sticker. If you run 100 miles per hour, come on up to the second floor of the timing tower and we'll give you the 100 mile per hour sticker. Now, race fans, first time at the racetrack, you're a little confused by the mile per hour and the elapsed time. The mile per hour not so important to the racers. What they're more concerned about is the elapsed time. The elapsed time is the amount of time it takes after you leave the start line. Does not include the reaction time. The elapsed time is when you left the start line till you get to the finish line. Now at the finish line, you'll see two markers. The second marker is actually the finish line. The first of the two markers is a timer that times the vehicle between the two cones. That's how they determine the mile per hour. New this year is the two cones at the 1,000-foot as well, as some competitions are now competing to the 1,000-foot line, like Top Fuel and Top Alcohol. And perhaps the new Street Grudge class coming out next year. They may run to the 1,000-foot as well. We're anxiously waiting to see what they're going to come up with. And at the 8th mile, you got the two cones there as well. A lot of classes run to the 8th mile. This pair to the 8th mile, right lane was doing 102 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. That is moving for a little 03 Honda, but it was a quick Honda. Look at the finish line, 11:12 at 131 miles an hour. Jake, Tower Lane with the 22 Nissan, ran a 15-second pass, and at the 8th mile was doing 74 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 10.48. Some of the door cars and door wars running the 8th mile in 3 seconds, nearing 200 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. Bracket weekend's pretty spectacular, but the bracket racing season has completed as of last weekend at the Farmer Memorial Race. This is the last drag race of the season, the Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals final round. Really appreciate everybody being here tonight. Always wondered how fast these little BMWs were. Now we know. Not super fast. 1576 at 89 miles an hour. Last Sport Compact tailgate party. We started out with 2 lanes of domestics, and we ended up filling up 4 lanes of domestics. That's what's up next. Heads up race, pair of Audis. Spectator side of the racetrack. That sounds like a fast car. 109 at the end of the bleachers with a 697. Runs the entire track with a 1054 at 138 miles per hour. Car in the tower lane was 125 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 12:25. So what you see on the reader board right now is the reaction time, and there's a decimal in front of that. So decimal 104, decimal 363, reaction time. Now you see the mile per hour and the elapsed time. So in competition drag racing, it gets pretty fierce. Champions in each class average a complete package of .020 on their run. If you're not in that category, you're not going to make it to the podium at the end of the day. Big pickup trucks. 1161, 116 miles an hour. With all that weight, that's booking. A 16 Ram. Cool. 101 miles an hour, 1353 for the spectator side. The competition on the weekend for bracket series. A few weeks back, I was watching the champion race. And junior dragsters, there were 3 cars running in the final. And the reaction time for one of the drivers was .001. Another driver, .001. The other driver, .002. All 3 cars ran their number for a total package of 3 cars at 4 thousandths of a second. It gets fierce in competition. Friday Night Street Legals is a great opportunity for you to just cut your teeth in drag racing, and you can start to enter the bracket series next season. Typically, most racers start off in the sportsman class with a minimum ET of 14 seconds. Wow. Tower lane 945, 147.73, bulleting across the finish line. Wow. Quick car. 107, spectator side of the racetrack with a 1347. Well, if you're starting to get hungry, the concession is open. Make sure to grab some yummy food. Some poutine. You were saying chicken poutine earlier? Chicken poutine. Wow, that sounds delicious. And walking tacos. French fries, hot dogs, hamburgers. And the Pro Shop right next door, they've got the frosty drinks. Pretty cool. Check it out. Last pair, both cars doing 115 miles an hour across the finish line. Tower lane was a little quicker with an 1190. In this pairing, Tower lane gets away with a .4 advantage on the start line. Not enough to make up for the difference in power. The 06 Jeep puts down 1214 at 113 miles an hour. A little bit of traction issue for the white pickup. Still a beautiful pickup. Appreciate him being here, but still pretty quick at the top end, 106. 111, spectator side of the racetrack with the wind light at 1282.
Okay, just keep an eye on.
Love the sound of that Camaro. And it goes in 1196 at 118 miles an hour. Also fun. 1316, Tower Lane, doing 89.68. Well, top end of the racetrack, they spotted a little debris. They're going to go out and grab. We got them held up at the start line. So if you're from Mission, free to get in on the Friday night street legals. If you're from anywhere else, cost you $10 to get in. Well, for 40 extra bucks, for 50 bucks, you can race. You can actually go racing for 50 bucks. Just got to get your car through tech. If you don't have a helmet, well, you could run across the street to Lorco and buy one. Or just stay slower than 14 seconds. Tower Lane there first with an 1199 at 112 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack, 96 miles an hour at 14.08. The coolest part of the Friday Night Street Legals is you can bring a passenger with you on the ride. You look into Tower Lane, you see a passenger sitting in there with the little pickup truck. Passenger's got to be 16 years old, got to be wearing a helmet. You can't go quicker than 14 seconds. But how cool is that? I have a buddy that I was talking to the other day, and I asked him straight up, same age as me, he's an old man. I said, have you ever been inside a vehicle and done a burnout? Attention in the pits, final call domestic. Final call domestic class. Standby call for the cars with slicks. So I asked my buddy if he's ever been in a vehicle at a burnout doing a big burnout at 60 years old. He said no. I said, we need to fix that. So if you've never been in a vehicle doing a burnout, you want to try to get yourself into the passenger seat of one of these race cars. You got to be 16 years old. They got to have an extra helmet for you. But go talk to one of these racers, make a deal with them, and get a chance to experience your very first burnout. And I believe down at the drift cars, there's been drift events this year where you could have been a passenger in one of the drift cars as well. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. Whoa, a little backfire out of the Camaro. $11.56, 137 miles an hour. That's booking. 1606 for the Mustang at 92.06. So a big shout out to all Mission Raceway Park staff here tonight. Safety crew at the top end, thank you. Start line, thank you for all your hard work. And everybody in the background we don't see, thank you as well. All the folks at the concession stand, the gates. And all the people here during the week keeping the grounds so nice as well. Thanks to everybody for all their hard work here at Mission Raceway. We appreciate your effort. I want to send a big thank you to your family for letting you sneak away to work with us as well. So are you a Chev fan or a Ford fan? Who's going to win this race, the Camaro? The Camaro. The Corvette? Or the 79 Ford? If I would have gotten that all out before they started, you probably would have picked the Corvette, but you'd have been wrong. The Ford gets the win. The Corvette was faster for ET, but reaction time again, a whole shot win for the Ford. Here's the Camaro. Pair of them, in fact. 2010 and a 2019. (113 miles an hour, Tower Lane. Spectator side, 108 quicker Camaro, Tower Lane, with a 1309. Attention in the pits. I didn't know these guys were here tonight. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6.
On the drift track.
1372 gets there ahead of the 1358. That's slower, but again, reaction time, whole shot win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. 1150. Tower Lane, 126 miles per hour. 1215, spectator side of the track, doing 112. Well, it's a Dodge matchup. Grudge match time. Who's going to get there first? Well, the white Dodge making it easy for the orange Dodge. (112 miles per hour, 12.9 on the ET. Chad next messing up on the trees, not going to see any numbers on the spectator side. So, tailgate party, you're looking great out there tonight. I just want to remind everybody, Mission Raceway Park is a family event. So, no tolerance for drugs and alcohol here at Mission Raceway Park. We appreciate your cooperation on that. So, when you're out of town working and your partner is bringing the kids down to the racetrack, you don't have to worry. Good, fast family fun. 1255 Tower Lane. 1483, spectator side of the track. So I want to welcome everybody to Mission. Glad to have you out here. You've checked out Rocco's Diner. That's a cool spot. It's open 24 hours a day. So after racing tonight, bring the kids over to Rocco's Diner. They have the best homemade pie, milkshakes, and homemade food. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you're called to lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes 2 and 3. And final call for Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you've been called to lanes 2 and 3. And motorcycle, get ready. You're close. 1980 Malibu. Jen goes 1206, 111 miles an hour. 107 miles an hour for James. Over there on the spectator side of the racetrack, doing a 1325 for ET. Now, a reminder to racers, we need to be able to read the number from inside the tower. So if you can place it on the back window of your car or even right on the driver's side window with big, big letters, big numbers, that would be great. They need to be able to read it from the tower. And as it starts to get dark, it's harder and harder. So make the numbers big and bold. Look around you in the pits in bright colors. Borrow a paint pen from somebody, a marker from somebody. Now, if you end up with the wrong information on your tech card, you might want to look at the number on the side of your vehicle and see if maybe you're to blame for the wrong information. If it's so hard to read, we may make a mistake. Make it real clear if the information on your tech card is important to you. All right, Hellcat, Tower Lane, racing a Trans Am. Well, 1278 Tower Lane and 15 flat over there on the spectator side of the track. Little S10 pickup truck. Racing a cool old hot rod. $13.98 spectator side, 99.16 miles per hour. At 1474 tower side, 82.87 for speed. So a big shout out, a big welcome to all the Mission neighbors here tonight. Nice to see you. Great place to hang out. One of the big reasons to live in Mission. Another good reason to live in Mission is that we're at the start of the line for the train to downtown Vancouver, so you get to pick your seat first thing in the morning. That's pretty cool. Mission has the best value for real estate in the whole Fraser Valley. You'd have to go further than Hope to beat the deals you get here in Mission. The industrial area development that's going on right now for your shop, for your business, incredible. Developments at the top of the hill going on nonstop. It's a cool place, great place to invest. Be sure to look into Remax Realty with more than 17 teams locally to help you find exactly what you're looking for. It's a great place to live. I've lived in many places across Canada, and I just love Mission more than any other place. With Sasquatch Mountain, Harrison, Stave, Hatzick, Hayward. It's a great place to live. Be sure to get a hold of Remax Realty. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes 2 and 3. So tailgate party, you heard the call for Outlaw, and we've got 2 full lanes of Outlaw coming your way in just a couple of minutes. That was a pass of 1192 for elapsed time with a speed of 116 miles an hour. Friendly reminder to everybody about the speed at Mission Raceway Park. Please keep your speed at 10 kilometers an hour everywhere at Mission Raceway Park. Spectator side of the racetrack included. And the return road everywhere, 10 kilometers an hour, please. Except on Farmer Lane. All right, well, I was asleep at the switch here. This is actually Junior Street we're running right now, so he's running to the end of the bleachers, to the 8th mile. If you're not familiar with Junior Street, well, this is pretty cool. If you're having a hard time getting along with your 13-year-old, what if you offered to do this with your 13-year-old? I bet the attitudes would change around your place. 13 to 17 years old, Junior Street. The parent drives the car out of the pits into the staging lanes. Once in the staging lanes, the 13-year-old drives into the driver's seat, drives the car around the corner into the water box and lights up the tires, warms them up, does his burnout at 13. Then he pulls ahead and he races bracket racing to the 8th mile. Now, on a weekend, the way it works, they have a couple, 2-3 rounds of qualifying. The best reaction time has the lead position. So they're laddered based on reaction time. And then the kids face off. And then they do the style of racing where one car leaves first, and then the handicap gets removed from the difference in the ETs, and then the second car launches. When you're bracket racing, the best thing to do is sit at the finish line and watch the results at the finish line where they are neck and neck. And typically the driver's not even looking ahead, but looking at each other to see what the other driver is going to be doing for tricks, all kinds of tricks. Like driving way too fast, faster than your ET, and then slowing down at the finish line to fool the other driver, all kinds of tricks. Bracket racing is pretty interesting. Maybe boring at the start line for a new race fan because one car leaves first, but if you go to the finish line, that's where the action is. So bracket racing weekends, really something to check out. And the ET dial-up racing enables everybody to be on an even plane. It's not the guy with the most money and the fastest car that walks away with the win every weekend. Very challenging, very skillful, and a very cool sport. If you're new to the community and you join into the bracket weekends, you're going to meet all kinds of cool people, make lifelong friends from it. It's a great place to hang out, all kinds of families, the pit's full of motorhomes. We hope to see you next year for every bracket weekend, and especially every Friday night street legals as well. We appreciate your attendance this year. Tonight is the final Friday night street legals. Big shout out to Mopac Auto Performance for their continued support to Mission Raceway Park. Been the title sponsor for the Friday night street legals as long as I've been around. That's pretty cool. They also have a store in Edmonton and in Calgary. Their store locally is located in Langley. If you've never been to the Langley store before, as a race fan, you should pay forward and just check it out before Christmas. You might be able to find something special in there for yourself or for a race fan that you know. It's really cool. You go down south on 200th Street off of Highway 1, just head south towards Langley, and you go through a bit of a roundabout, and then it's your second or third turn to your right on 84th Street. There's a second building in on your left, and they are a very cool place to check out. All kinds of cool stuff in the store. They actually have a shop that can install all the performance parts you pick out. And not only that, but a world-renowned tuner, Nick Duda, has a dyno machine in the back shop where they can tune your ride for optimum performance. Check out Mopac Auto Supply online and make sure to stop by the store. and say hello and thank them for their continued support here at Mission Raceway Park. It's a little bit of track prep ahead of the Outlaw class tailgate party. That's the delay. We're getting the start line prepped up. Lots of fast cars coming your way. Big shout out to all the sponsors here at Mission Raceway Park. We couldn't do it without you. So right now, with a little downtime, appreciate you taking some time to read the signage here at Mission Raceway Park. All of these sponsors are current sponsors. So attention in the pits, racer in distress. Jess lost the fob for her BMW. So if you find a fob for a BMW or lost fob or any lost articles, please bring them up to the second floor of the timing tower and we'll help the owner find their lost articles. So keep your eyes open, walking around tonight for a lost fob for Jess for her BMW. Or Jess, that's could be a guy, I'm not sure, but I have the phone number for that person, so if you find that, please bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower. That would be great. I hear engines beside the tower. So tailgate party, get ready. Your first pair of Outlaw. Oh, I saw this guy pull in earlier. Beautiful pickup truck. You're going to enjoy this one. It's beautiful. So many cool rides here on a Friday night. Definitely separates us from all the other car shows you go to. Every time you go to a car show, I'm always looking, wondering, do they got a time slip for this thing? Big blower sticking out of the hood, and the thing's probably never ran down a track. Not here at Mission. No, sir. We race them and race them and race them over again. A 1960 F100, Darren Swan from Langley, BC, shows to be a 468 cubic inch engine. Beautiful paint. What a gorgeous truck. You know, you say to yourself, I'm not a Ford fan, and then something like this shows up. Man, that is cool. Oh, I was looking forward to seeing this truck. Ken Christensen, the school teacher out of Maple Ridge, beats the truck to the finish line with his Mustang going 11:56. But that cool pickup truck ran 11:64 at 118.08 miles per hour. That was cool. Gorgeous truck. You race fans walking around tonight, you can go talk to that driver, check out under the hood of that pickup truck. I bet it is so cool under the hood. And one thing you want to do is make sure you tell every single racer here tonight how proud you are of them for racing on the track and not on the street. It means a lot to me, all the staff, all our sponsors, and to everybody in the community to see these guys racing on the track and not on the street. Very cool. Thanks to all the racers for hanging out with us tonight. 9.88. Spectator side doing 141 miles an hour. Wow, 141 miles an hour. Tower lane for the Audi doing a 965. Quick pair. The slower Dodge getting there first because of reaction time. The Audi was a full second. A second and a half actually on the start. '66 Chevy 2. Craig Coca. That's a cool car, too. Out of Abbotsford, BC. $11.82 for the Chevy 2, doing 111 miles an hour. Cool. 123 into pit lane, doing 11:38. Attention in the pit. Sport Compact will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pit. Sport Compact will take you to lanes 2 and 3. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 2 and 3. Well, you guys can feel it, a little bit of spitting going on, so we're gonna give that a second to clear itself out. It's pretty spotty, so it shouldn't be a big delay. But the drift cars, look at them line up down there. If you're needing to stay entertained, and you've read all of our sponsor signs, you got nothing left to do. You've done your shopping, you've already had your meal. Go check out the drift cars at the far end. We'll get back to racing as quick as we can. Now, if you live in Mission, you got to make sure that you go to Factory Direct Tools if you've never been there. They're located right across the road from Chance's. And they have an entire room of tarps. They sell tools cheaper than any other place I've ever seen. They got so many cool things to check out. It's like a treasure trove of cool. I went in recently to buy a tarp, and I was walking around mesmerized by all the cool stuff. They got gold mining equipment as well. All kinds of cool stuff for camping. It's a very neat store. If you've never been to Factory Direct Tools, they also do custom signs, custom stickers, custom t-shirts. It's a very cool place to check out. If you've never been there, you gotta go check it out. One of the cool stores here in Mission. Make sure to visit our historic downtown Mission. Very neat place to hang out. You got pawn shops and restaurants and clothing stores and at Tim's, and that's where you're gonna find Remax Realty as well. I thought I'd missed something. Call Sport Compact to the lanes, but we hadn't called motorcycle. Oops. So motorcycle, we kept lane 6 open for you. So attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Oh, look at the far end of the racetrack. We've got a cloud of smoke going on. And that's good news this time. Drift cars are running crazy down there. Go check it out. If you're having trouble hearing us out there and you want to make sure to not miss your call, we do transmit the PA on the FM dial at 92.7. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Looks like you're lining up 2, 3, 4, and 5. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 6. You know what go good right now is a nice cup of coffee. Barry and Shelley are here at BS Coffee Shop right underneath the bleachers on the pit side. And they make the mini donuts as well. Delicious mini donuts. Get the kids a hot chocolate. Get yourself a cappuccino, a Canadiano. Something delicious like that would be awesome. Big shout out and thank you to Barry and Shelley for being here tonight. It's like we just couldn't do it without you. All right, we've been given the all clear. A 55 Chevy with a 427. And a 2018 Challenger. So what do you think? Who's going to get to the finish line first? That brand new Dodge or that old Chevy? Well, the Challenger had a full 1/10 of a second advantage on the start line. And he actually got a better ET, 11:05.00 to an 11:05 with a 54 for the 55 Chevy. Wow, that was a good race. Your margin of victory was 2 thousandths of a second at the top end. John Sayer, spectator side of the racetrack. Been racing at Mission Raceway Park for 51 years. And tonight might be your first night. That's pretty cool. It's a 1968 Dart. And on this side of the racetrack, another veteran racer from Prestone Chevy, Ross Walker and his 23 Corvette. Both veteran racers. Let's take everything out of it but reaction time. Who gets the better reaction time, Ross Walker or John Sayer? Here we go. So who do you got your money on? John Sayer or Ross Walker for reaction time? The Corvette or the Dart? Look up on the reader board. You're going to see the reaction time next. John Sayer gets him by a little tiny bit, a 204 to a 234. And that close at the finish line as well, with Ross Walker getting the win, 11:32 over John's 11:95. The Corvette was faster at 122. John was 111. That was cool. I've heard it said that the Friday Night Street Legals are not competitive racing. They don't have a point structure. That would be true. But these guys are pretty competitive all night long. Wow, 10:37 at 140 for Anthony Walker to 17 Audi. And 11:42 for Dean, doing 123.9. That was on the spectator side of the track. Here's that gorgeous Torino once again, racing a 2025 Corvette E-Ray. Robert McLean. How fast is an E-Ray Corvette? Let's find out. Sounds good. goes 125.59 at 10.68. Now, your Class 5 driver's license allows you to drive 10 seconds on the racetrack. Quicker than 10 seconds, you require an NHRA driver's license. But you can go to a Chevy dealer and buy that Corvette tomorrow. Come drag racing with us next season, and you're totally clear with your Class 5. It ran at 1068, the E-Ray Corvette. 1056 for the Torino, doing 130. Todd Lancaster out of Keats, BC. That's got to be wrong. 1148, 113. Dave in the tower, or spectator side of the racetrack, went 14.01. Well, tailgate party, we've got 4 more Outlaws coming your way, and then it'll be followed up by 3 motorcycles. A Pontiac Ventura from 1973. Front wheels off the ground for Connor. Reaction time of 0.14 and a 60 foot of 1.43. Half track, that car was going 104 miles an hour with a 646. And then at the top end of the racetrack, goes across the finish line with a 1020, 130.93 miles per hour, 122.45 at 1099 on the Tower Lane. $11.65 for the win light, Tower Lane. 115 miles an hour for the final Outlaw win. 13:09 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Tailgate party, watch out. 3 motorcycles coming at you. So I just heard some good news. I was talking earlier about getting all your Christmas shopping done. Well, we're having a sale at the Pro Shop. What great timing. 40% off all Mission Raceway Mission Raceway gear. All clothing is 40% off. So there you go. Another reason to get your Christmas shopping done tonight. Go visit the Pro Shop where they're having a big clothing sale for all Mission Raceway Park gear. Pretty cool. A 97 GSXR 600cc bike. Seemed to slow down at half track for some reason. And that's it for motorcycle. Once he clears the track, tailgate party, Sport Compact coming at you. And we have, they've all spread out into 4 lanes. And beside the tower and just behind the tower. So a bunch of them. So once again, thanks for hanging out with us at Mission Raceway Park for the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Real glad to see you here tonight. Now, when you leave the facility a little later this evening, we ask a huge favor for you. Please, hanging out at the Friday Night Street Legals where we promote racing on the track, never on the street. You can see all the effort that goes into that. All our sponsors, all the race fans, all the racers. So when you leave the facility tonight, and you make a bunch of noise and you do a burnout and you hear you racing up on the bridge, that's not cool. You're just not getting the message. If you want to drive fast, join us on the track. They have road racing, street legals, drag racing, street legals, drifting. You can enter your car in that. They even have a dirt bike track. They even have pedal bicycles that use the facility. I believe it's on Mondays where they do a big circuit. So Mission Raceway Park is here for you to get all your speed out. So when you leave the facility tonight, please leave quietly and very courteously. Don't race home. Stay safe on the streets. If you want to race, race with us on the track. Well, the 2010 Mercedes that just ran Tower Lane was pretty quick. Went 137 miles an hour with an 1160 for ET. That's pretty quick. And just a reminder again, if you are walking around, keep your eyes open. Someone lost a key fob for their BMW tonight. So if you find anything like that, please bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower. The GTI tower, spectator side of the racetrack ran 101.97 miles per hour. If you're sitting with Marcus in the pits, mentioned a 100 mile per hour sticker is available for that racer. Come up to the second floor of the timing tower and get your sticker. Spectator side of the tower lane, Kyle, just under 100 at 97. "105 miles per hour for the Talon. 1421 was the ET. The BMW ran 89 miles an hour at 15.83. Well, not the sound of a big block, but still goes real quick. 1270 at 110 miles an hour for the Genesis G70. 1346 for the 370Z. Going 1346 for ET. $12.22. 116. That was in Tower Lane. Well, that's not something you see every Friday night. A 13-second pass at 77 miles an hour, and then he throws out the laundry. Deploys his parachute. Friday night street legals are very entertaining. 1607, 81 miles an hour, Tower Lane. 1782, spectator side of the racetrack, doing 75 miles an hour. Now, do you think your car could beat that 75 miles per hour? Well, go pay your $50, get your car entered, and go race that guy. Seems like the 05 Jetta's got the turbo cranked up in there. A lot of black smoke. 83 miles an hour, 17.23. Just shy of 100 miles an hour in the tower on the spectator lane at 99.43 and 1406. Well, the big SUV ran 1356 in the spectator lane, just shy of 100 miles an hour at 99.03. The Audi in the tower lane ran at 1488 at 92.80. $10.38, 137 miles per hour for the win. That's a quick Audi from 2018. And a 1357 at 110, Tower Lane. Attention in the pits, domestic class, lanes 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class to lanes 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to lanes 2, 3, and 4. Spectator lane gets there first, 1190, 115 miles an hour, 109.6 miles per hour. Tower lane doing 1334. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you've been called to lanes 2, 3, and 4. $11.71, 114 for the win. An 03 Honda CRV. This thing is real quick. If I was not sitting in the tower, I would go check out underneath the hood of this CRV. How does he make that thing do 133.81 miles an hour? 10.93 ET? I am very curious to know. So do me a favor, if you're walking around, go check out that CRV. That's pretty cool. 106, spectator side of the racetrack doing 12.88. Wind light at 12:35. Elapsed time 123 miles per hour. Spectator side of the wind racetrack with the wind light this time, 1181 at 123 miles an hour. 1421 Tower Lane was doing 114 for speed. Hey, Jess, I think we have your BMW fob in the tower. If you're with Jess, let him know or her know we've got the fob. We believe it's yours. If you don't claim it, I'm going to walk around after and see what car I'm taking home. Well, 103 miles an hour in the tower lane. That's good for a sticker, doing 1470. 1501 was the elapsed time, and the spectator side of the track doing 82. Now an Acura and an Infinity heads up. Infinity with the win, doing 105 miles an hour at 1311. The other car was 107 miles an hour, so it was faster for speed, but slower in ET. That's an example of why the mile per hour isn't as important to the racers as the elapsed time. .22 ET over there on the spectator side of the racetrack, doing 96.69 miles per hour. 14.64 at 95 miles an hour, tower lane. That was it for Sport Compact. Now heading into the domestic class. And Dave's towing Mustang, tower lane. Puts a big lump in our hearts. So we remember Dave. Big part of the racetrack. We lost Dave earlier this year and stays top of our mind and top of our hearts. Nice to see the Mustang out racing. And Eric Bowman out of Bellingham, Washington with a 71 Chevy pickup truck. Big pickup truck did 1395 at 98.36 miles per hour. And the Dave Towing Mustang ran at 1446 at 94.94. Ooh, that was a close one at the top end. 1216 for the win light. And 1250 for the vehicle on the spectator side of the racetrack. 110 for the Regal on spectator side of the track. And on this side of the racetrack, we were doing a booming 113 miles an hour. All right, grudge match. Top time. Who's going to get there first, the Corvette or the Dodge? What do you think, folks? Who's faster? Come on, make a bet with your friend. Who's paying for pizza? The Dodge is sneaking ahead on us. At the 8th mile, the Dodge was 98 miles an hour. The Corvette was 91. Top end, it is the Dodge first with an 1136 at 126 miles an hour. And the 2024 Corvette out of White Rock, being driven by John Gibson, ran 115 miles an hour with a 1248. .1404, 93 miles an hour. That was on the spectator side of the racetrack. Cool little step side pickup truck. We had that conversation just the other day, a group of us talking about the step side truck versus the fleet side truck and which one you prefer. What do you think? Do you prefer the step side or the fleet side? Challenger. Spectator side of the racetrack booms through with a 1224, 113 miles an hour for the win light. The cool pickup truck ran 83 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 16.45. But the reaction time for the pickup truck was twice as fast as the other car, so he did get a win in that grouping. You take your wins where you get them. And the Malibu, look up on the reader board, gets the win for the reaction time in this case. And the win light at the top end as well with a 1237 doing 111 miles an hour. Cody with the Camaro. Come see us in the second floor of the timing tower. 100.18 miles an hour, good enough for a sticker, and 1424 for ET. $11.60 for the win, 116 miles an hour. Ben Mitchell with a 16 Ram, 67 Cummins. That was pretty cool. Both trucks over 100. Pickup truck in the tower lane ran 100.99. Once again, good enough for the 100 mile an hour sticker. Well, thank you to the person that turned in Jen's fob for the BMW. Big, big shout out. Thank you. That's awesome. She's very, very happy. Says thank you. Imagine going to the dealership to pick up one of those. Oh, ouch. 1275 for the win light, 71 miles an hour. 1339 at 98.12 for the 63 Fairlane Tower Lane. So pretty cool night at Mission Raceway Park with the drift cars going on, all this drag racing. It is the final Friday Night Street Legals of the year, but the drift cars go a lot later into the season. So go check it out down there and talk to one of the representatives at the drift course to find out when they'll be racing again. You can come check them out more as the fall approaches. 12:32 for the win, 115 miles per hour, and 104 miles an hour for Surpreet, doing 13:31. A hot chocolate and some mini donuts. And at this point, a decaf Canadiano. Go visit BS Coffee Shop right underneath the bleachers here at Mission Raceway Park. Grab some of them mini donuts. $12.32, 115 miles an hour, turns on the wind light. Right beside the tailgate party. You guys are looking great. Good turnout tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us. It says Camaro, but I think Trans Am. Spectator side of the racetrack. I've been wrong before. That's a Camaro. And the 2019 F-150 Tower Lane. Gets the win light. 1497 to a 1544. Piston Broke Racing out of Langley at 2023. No, that's got to be wrong. It's a Falcon. Shannon giving the driver a little hand to get up to the staging lanes. A little trouble for the Falcon on the start line. Corvette ran a 12:15, 114 miles an hour. Little less 10 tower or spectator side gets the win light, 1269 at 105. The Corvette ran a 1208, 123. The Mustang goes 120 miles an hour with a real slow ET, but that was based to sitting on the start line for too long. But that Mustang sure had a beautiful sound to it. Well, the Chevy was sitting around a little bit too long. Mustang getting the win. Well, if you know the driver of the white car and you're pitted beside him, if you could help him out with explaining the numbers need to be visible from the tower. If you could write the numbers on the driver's window or the window directly behind the driver really big so we can read them from the tower, it would be extremely helpful. A note to all racers. Wow, 968, 146 miles an hour for that white car. That was pretty cool. Attention in the pits. Final call for domestic class. You should be in the lanes already. Domestic class, this is your final call. Win light, spectator side of the racetrack, 1267 to a 1331. Attention in the pits, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Neck and neck at the finish line. 1228 beats the 1270. Very fast Cadillac. So racing in style, Tower Lane. And a stick car to boot. That's cool. Attention in the pits, all racers. You require your headlights to be on at this point in the night, so all headlights, please. Please run with your headlights. No headlights, no racing. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. In case you missed it earlier, the Pro Shop is having a sale on clothing tonight for all Mission Raceway apparel. So stop by the Pro Shop, grab yourself some apparel. So every Friday night, right around this time, I'd like to take a moment to welcome the veterans of Mission Raceway Park and thank you for your service. So all the veterans here tonight at Mission Raceway Park, thank you for your service. And keep in mind that we have active forces all over the world right now, and those folks are in our hearts and in our minds as well. As a race fan, make sure when you see a veteran plate that you just take a moment out of your day to say thank you to the veterans. The freedom to hang out at the racetrack. That's not only one, but our freedom is maintained constantly. So thank you to all the veterans here tonight, and welcome to Mission Raceway Park. Thank you for your service. Chevy gets there first with an elapsed time of 13:27, 111 miles an hour. The Dodge was doing 15:17 for elapsed time at 93. So a 2017 Ram pickup truck with a motor, an engine, sorry, Zach, and a 25 EV out of Mission in the Cybertruck. So grudge match. Who's going to get to the top end first, top time? Are you picking the Cybertruck or the big red pickup? Who's going to win? Make a bet. Final answer? 11.55, 11-second pickup truck at 114.97 miles per hour. Tell Dennis we have a sticker in the tower that shows his ET for that pickup truck at 11 seconds. That would be a cool sticker for that truck and easily gets the 100-mile-per-hour sticker. That's a gimme. But 89 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack with an ET of 1602 for the conventional pickup truck. So easy win for the EV. 11 seconds. Crazy. So make sure if you're watching from home on Lordco TV that you smash the like button. We wish you were here. We got the drift cars going. You can still make it. You can still make it down. Hard work and start line crew. Checking every square inch of that start line, making sure it's good to go, giving as much traction as possible to these racers. The start line surface is extremely sticky. If you walk down there with a pair of sandals, there's a good chance that you'll leave the sandals behind. Super sticky, so sticky that a car, rear-wheel drive, can lift the front wheels off the ground. A 1364 at 105 miles an hour for the win light. The quicker car at 1355 was on the spectator side of the racetrack, also faster in speed at 107, but reaction time was the difference. So a whole shot win for the Tower Lane at 1364. So Chevy or Dodge this time, who's getting to the top end first? Initially, we thought the Dodge was going to take it, but then the Chevy woke up. Oh, now the Dodge is waking up. That's a close one. And the Dodge did catch him at the finish line with a 1569 at 109. That's pretty wild. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 2 and 3. And motorcycles, so I don't forget you, 1 minute from now, we're going to call you to lane 6. Or something like that. We're going to call you in just a minute. I don't want to forget you this time. So Outlaw, you've been called to lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw to lanes 2 and 3. $13.64 on the spectator side of the racetrack was the win light at 102. Sure love the sound of those V8s. 1144 for the Corvette. 122 miles an hour. The Camaro was 125 miles an hour at 11.66. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle to lane 6. Motorcycle, lane 6. Now we're running Junior Street. Once again, kids 13 to 17 years old running to the 8th mile. Red light reaction time at Linden. Jimmy was 0.6. Finish line, Jimmy there first, 11:43 to an 11:50. But in competition, the Acura would have been disqualified due to the negative in front of the reaction time. Now a single pass, Junior Street, Tower Lane. Reaction time was 0.6 for Jimmy. Linden was red at 0.02. And AN was 0.28. So your top qualifier for the races coming up, if this was qualifying runs, would be this Acura, would be your number 1 qualifier. The kid goes 71 miles an hour, 9.93 to the 8th mile. That's about as fast as a Hemi. Pretty cool. To be 13 years old and racing up the track. If my father would have been able to dangle that carrot in front of me, I might have been a straight A student. That didn't work out. So the drift cars are still going crazy at the top end of the racetrack. Make sure you get the chance to check out the drift cars before you leave tonight. And tailgate party, I'm just looking behind the tower right now, and I see two absolutely full lanes of Outlaws. Motorcycle's been called to lane 6. And they're going to run right after Outlaw. A little bit of start line prep going on. Top end are all checking the racetrack surface, getting ready for the Outlaw class, which are coming up next. So a little break in the action gives you a chance to read some of the signage here at Mission Raceway Park. Like Mopac Auto Supply, the Lordco sign, and all the other signs. Just looking across and seeing the Albion Tireland sign. Now they have a good selection of new and used tires. Now if you're thinking you're on a low budget, you might want to find some used snow tires. Well, it's a good thing I mentioned it right now because a lot of people are going to take that approach in about a month or so. So if you were to get a jump on that scenario, you might end up with a really good set of tires. So go visit Albion Tireland, see what they have for new and used tires, and be prepared this year. Already on the highways, it's mandatory to have snowflake tires. So if you're going to be doing any traveling, you're too late. You missed the deadline, so you better hustle and get in there and get your tires put on. So we'll be back to racing shortly. So that little spray nozzle on the start line right now, that's the last step. So we're just moments away from firing up the cars. Great opportunity to remind folks when they leave the facility tonight to please leave in a courteous, quiet, controlled manner. No racing away from the track or making a bunch of noise. And just so you know, local law enforcement, they know when we're done racing. And they know that a couple of folks might get the wrong message. So don't be that person. If you want to go racing and drive fast, well, you've come to the right place. So we look forward to seeing you on the track racing next year. As tonight is our final Mopac Performance Street Legal Drag Racing Race of the Year. Big shout out to Mopac Auto Supply for their continued support of Mission Raceway Park. Very cool. All right, folks, we're ready. Well, if you're celebrating your birthday tonight, we didn't know about it up in the tower, but I want to wish you a happy birthday anyways. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, this ought to be a good matchup. An 82 S10 and a 2018 Dodge. All four bulbs, here we go. Dodge with a little bit of spin on the start line, but still musters the win with a 12:45 at 140. The little S10 pickup truck ran 11:33 for ET and a speed of 109.01. An 06 SRT racing a 2025 Corvette E-Ray. Who's going to get to the top end first? The Corvette or the Dodge? Eighth mile for the Corvette was a 679 at 104. Top end goes 1065 ET at 125.98 miles per hour. The SRT, also a very quick ride, goes 119.94 with an ET of 1170. A 66 Chevy 2 racing a 14 Roush Mustang out of Coquitlam. Reaction time goes to Ken Christensen, stays out front the entire way, goes 120 miles per hour at 1156. Beats the Chevy 2's 1237 at 111. '18 Challenger racing a 2018 Audi. The RS3 is a quick ride Tower Lane. Big challenge for that Challenger. Challenger needed all of that advantage on the start line. And even with 1.5 seconds on his side, the Audi still gets the win. Said it was fast. 948 was the ET at 146 miles an hour. That's pretty cool. 124 from the Challenger at 11:01. That's the thing with racing. Don't matter how fast you are, if the other guy's faster. Strong motor in that 79 Chevy, able to get the left front wheel off the ground a tiny bit each launch. That's cool. Goes 112 miles an hour to 11:53. And the Audi ran 11:21 ET, a speed of 123.5 miles per hour. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm seeing a lot of those mini donuts out there. They must be delicious. Look at them all. Yeah. Sure appreciate Barry and Shelley being here tonight. Special treats. Those mini donuts are the best. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Wind light, 1175, 121 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. Oh, apparently that 55 Chevy not able to get off the track at the top end on his own power, so the safety's going to head out and help him get off the racetrack. There'll be a slight delay while they do that. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Things are going good up there. There's no liquids leaking from the vehicle, so there's no cleanup required. Just got to get them off the surface of the track. When we get a little break like this, I urge you to read some of the signage at the racetrack the sponsors were so very proud of. So top end safety reporting they have cleared the car off the track. Get these guys a chance to warm up their tires once again. As we continue with the Outlaw class. Well, a cool looking matchup, a 73 Ventura Pontiac and a 68 Torino. Old school. Nice matchup. Reaction times very similar to each other. Side by side, finish line, both cars doing 131. But the Ventura, the Pontiac, a little quicker with a 10:13 for the win light. Margin of victory was 0.3 of a second. Ford taking on Chevy. $11.51 for the win light for the Corvette. $11.53 on the spectator side. We're on a little delay right now as the safety crew was just responding to something over on the drift track. So we'll be back as soon as they're back to their station. So thanks for your patience, folks. It looks like we're ready to go racing once again. We're getting the all clear. We're just getting everybody ready for it. Once again, I thank you for your patience, and hopefully you've taken the time to read a few signs here at Mission Raceway Park. Example of that would be Trailblazers, a healthy pet food alternative for you. And they've relocated. They're in that new complex right across from the RCMP. Right where the food court is, all those little shops for food. Well, you can get food for your pet as well. Trailblazers. Really cool store. You should check it out. All right, back to racing. And that really cool old Ford pickup truck is back up. Racing a 1969 Mach 1 Mustang. These cars are so cool, we wouldn't even need to race them. They could just park them, call it a car show. And big crowds of people would show up to look at them. But that's not how we roll. No, sirree, we race them. Let's see who's faster, the 1960 Ford F-150 or the 69 Mach 1. Well, he's gonna get a ticket for that taillight. Doesn't matter. He gets to the finish line first. 11:67 for the Mach 1, 11:40 for the old F-150, doing 118 miles an hour. That's so cool. The Mach 1 was doing 115.09. All right, our final outlaw. Well, people say you drive straight in a drag strip. It's not as challenging. Well, that car was everything but straight at the start line, getting a little sideways and staying on it, getting it straight and pulling through. Cool run. It's only doing 12:20 across the finish line at 56 miles an hour, but at the 8th mile, at the end of the bleachers, that little Mustang was doing 101 miles an hour with an ET of 638. 60 foot of 1.427. Oh, sorry, 147. And oh, here we go with the limited bike selection tonight. A pair of bikes, neither with extended swing arms, so street legal, not modified for drag racing. But they are going to be quick at the finish anyways. Not so quick to 60 foot without the extended swing arm, but once they get wound up, bikes are always quick. 1274, 119 on the Tower Lane. 109 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack with a 14.77. Well, sorry for the delay. Apparently, there's a little bit of debris they're dealing with at the top end of the racetrack. Just want to say thank you for hanging out with us tonight. And if you are leaving, we ask that you leave in a courteous manner. Don't make a bunch of noise when you're leaving the track. Gets us in trouble with our neighbors, and we don't like it. I want to share something with you folks I found out the other day. I'm doing a big cleanup of a little bit of a hoarder's garage, and I'm cleaning out all these tools, all these corded tools, and it seems that everything we're using nowadays being cordless, it's pretty hard to get rid of the extra corded tools that you have. Well, just for the reason of cleaning up your shop, if you want to get rid of those corded tools, KMS Tools in Abbotsford have a donation bin in front of the store, a big plywood box where you can donate all your corded tools, and they get given to schools, other countries, missions, people that might need those tools. So if you want to feel good about getting rid of your tools, you can try selling them, but nobody wants them anymore. Try giving them away, but same deal. Everybody's cordless nowadays. So if you want a responsible way of getting rid of all your old corded tools, visit KMS Tools and donate them. I thought that was pretty cool. So we'll keep you posted as we hear updates from the top end of the racetrack. They're doing a little bit of cleanup on the corner up there. So we appreciate your patience. But like I said, it gives you a good time to, a good chance to read all the signage. Like the big sign from Mission Regional Chamber of Commerce. They welcome all racers and fans to Mission. And like I mentioned earlier, make sure you check out historic downtown Mission next time you're here visiting. And Rocco's Diner, that's something you don't want to miss as well. So sorry for the delay. Safety first. We're going to get back to it as quick as we can. They just reported on the radio that it's going well, and it's just going to be a few more moments. All right, zoom, zoom, back to it. We've given the all clear from the top end, so we're going to get the cars back out on the track. Currently running motorcycle, the final bike. Extremely low count on bikes tonight, which is kind of weird the last couple Fridays. That's a good reaction time for the bike, 0.09. And at the finish line goes 11:84 at 118.48. And that was it for motorcycle. Now we're heading into sport compact. And we have 4 lanes right up behind the tower filled up with sport compact. Warren Etter with a 2014 335i goes 1480 for the win light, 96.15. (2020) 370Z, 107.22 at 13.74 for Dalton. Dustin Porter ran a 19-second pass. (2017) Golf gets to the finish line first with a 13:08. The Audi was going 14.85 for elapsed time at 93 miles an hour. Shannon giving a little help to the driver and the spectators out of the track. Now, if you're racing for the first time, it's a good idea to include an N on the windshield with your number. Then the starter knows you're a newbie and pretends to be part of your crew and helps you tremendously at the start line. Never a bad idea. 12:40 for the BMW, doing 110 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack getting the win light. And the 25 Golf R ran 110 miles an hour within 1270. Those are quick cars. Not quick cars, this little 98 Honda. But Friday Night Street Legals aren't about going fast, about having fun. And this driver out of Switzerland having a gas with this little 98 Honda Civic. Yeah, from Switzerland. Cartier Fabrice. Yeah, it goes 1768, 76 miles an hour through the gates at the top end. That was cool. 18 seconds for the 93 Civic. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 79 miles an hour. Hopefully that encouraged you to enter your car next year. Come hang out with us. I mean, for 50 bucks, live the dream. 1306 for the Infinity, 105 miles an hour. The Acura goes 106 miles an hour with an ET of 1390. A little bit of housekeeping on the start line once again. Start line crew's been working double time tonight. Thanks to all the staff at Mission Raceway Park for all your hard work. Really appreciate it. Pair of Audis. And the white one's faster. 100 miles an hour at the 8th mile with a 724. And at the finish line, 11:16 is the total elapsed time with a speed of 125 miles an hour. The Audi in the tower lane goes 112.39 with an elapsed time of 12.61. Dave Sadu with an 18 BMW. Spectator side of the racetrack. Whoa, 2011 Audi going a little sideways there. Struggling with traction. That car needs a set of tires. We did mention Albion Tireland earlier, so they might want to check that out. 1430 and 103 for the BMW, and the Audi not really on a good pass. '18 Audi. Pretty quick. 108th at half track. Doing 7:10 for ET. At the finish line, 10:69, 137 miles an hour. And it sounded good, too. The other Toyota not on a very good pass. Well, this was Volvo. Volvo from the start right to the finish. Gets the win 102 miles an hour. If you're with Matthew, make sure he knows he can get the 100-mile-an-hour sticker. And I do have a sticker for 13-second ET as well. That could work out for him. And Tristan Hill ran a 1769. The wind light on at 13.49 on the reader board at 111 miles an hour, and the driver in the spectator side of the racetrack went 100 exactly. That's good for the sticker. 14.05 was the ET on the spectator side of the track. Here's that BMW racing a 94 Prelude. Well, the Prelude sounds like it wants to be fast, but it had a bunch of spin going on. Ran 1546, 91 miles an hour, Tower Lane, 1589 at 89.98. Spectator side of the racetrack with the W, 1259, 108 miles an hour. Tower Lane was 100.67 at 14.54. Well, the wind light on, 1286 at 129 miles an hour for the BMW. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Domestic class, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Attention in the pits, domestic class, to the lanes. 2024 Golf and a 99 Honda. If they were bone stock, I would be choosing the Golf. It's a quick Honda. But the Golf is quicker, 1288 to a 1465. The dub for the W. Oh, good matchup. Spectator side, 1188, 114 miles per hour, 1278 for the BMW, doing 108 on the Tower Lane. Well, we hope you had a good night at Mission Raceway Park as a race fan. Lots of stuff going on tonight with the drifters and the drag racing, so hopefully you feel you got your value. I really love seeing these slow cars on the racetrack, that they're hanging out just blasting up a racetrack with the slow cars. It's so cool. 1671 for the win, beating a 1703. The faster car doing 86 miles an hour. The slower car was going faster for speed at 88.60. And those guys having just as much fun as John Force himself. So cool. They're just having fun a lot longer. 14 seconds versus 3 seconds. 12:35 for the win light at 111 miles an hour. In fact, Top Fuel this year setting brand new records, with the Force Racing team getting to the 8th mile at 300 miles an hour, 301 miles an hour to the end of the bleachers in Top Fuel. That's really something to see. Hopefully you get a chance to check that out in Vegas or down in the States, in Kent at Pacific Raceways next summer. Tower Lane with the win light, 1483 for the TCS lane, doing 97 miles an hour. 1686 on the spectator side of the racetrack. The Lord Cole lane, doing 61.58 miles per hour. So tailgate party thinning out a little bit, but I want to keep you informed. We've called domestic class to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5, and the lanes are full, absolutely full of domestic cars. That's coming up next. 1491 at 108 miles an hour for the Audi into Tower Lane. $14.42, the wind light, 98 miles an hour into TCS lane for the final Sport Compact. Now heading into domestic. And there's a lot of them. Paul Tygrove out of Bellingham, Washington with an 81 Chevy pickup truck doing 14.83, 95.58 miles per hour, 13.53 for the wind light for the 1970 Chevy from Bellingham in the spectator side of the racetrack. The Lorco lane was doing 111 miles an hour. Camaro matchup. Brake lights on. 1567. 1475 for Ryan, Tower Lane, doing 106 miles an hour. The brake lights were likely coming on because the driver likely had a passenger with him. Then you're limited to a 14-second pass and taking no chances, slowed it all the way down to 15. Well, Cassie not getting numbers, messed up on the tree. Jason McDonald goes 1342 into Lord Cole Lane at 108. That's a nice sounding Mustang. Nice smoke show, too. So, you a Ford fan or a Chevy fan? Who's going to win this one, you guys? The Camaro or the Mustang? After that burnout, I'm with you on this one. I would have chose him too. 1153, 120 miles an hour for the Mustang. 1266 at 119 miles an hour. For the Camaro. A reminder to racers, you should be driving with your headlights on, please. Headlights, please. Coming up truck next will be an 85 Regal and an 85 Blazer. I always wonder back in 1985 when they drove these vehicles off the parking lot at the dealership, would they ever consider they'd still be running them and drag racing them in 2025? 40 years ago. Wow. Yeah, after tonight, time to put the winter tires on your ride. Grab your snowboard out of the attic. Get ready for Sasquatch Mountain. I actually returned to skiing last year after 15 years away from it. And yeah, I really enjoyed it last winter, so I hope to be doing it a lot more this winter and hope to see a lot of you up at Sasquatch Mountain. $13.89 turns on the little green light, top end of the racetrack, spectator side of the racetrack, Northcote Lane doing 98.53. '07 Corvette, 92 Ford. No, not a 92 Ford. That's wrong. But potentially an '07 Chevy Corvette. Well, looks like the Corvette at the finish line. TCS lane going 13-17, 112 miles an hour. And the spectator side of the racetrack was a 1397. A Dodge and a Ford Mustang. Challenger, Tower Lane. Dave's towing car goes red light reaction time. That's unusual on a Friday night. 1264, the win light for the Dodge. Dave's towing goes 1464, 94.46 miles per hour. .80 elapsed time at 106.16 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. TCS lane ran a 12:32, 120.81. Reed Wilson with a 2024 Corvette. Tower Lane. '24 Corvette runs 1185 at 119.78 miles per hour. The car in the spectator side of the racetrack, 1252 at 109. Kelly Angelucci out of Chilliwack, 87 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Tubbed, fuel cell in the back, nice looking little truck. Fighting traction a little bit. Mustang getting a jump on him. And taking the stripe with a 1281 to a 1463. Well, the pickup truck sounding pretty powerful in the burnout. 77 Camaro out of Maple Ridge. John Todman not wearing a helmet, indicating he'll be slower than 14 seconds. And the pickup truck looks like it's going to be faster than 14. Looking like about a 12. No, 1363 to a 1546. Pickup truck going 101 miles an hour, good enough for their 100-mile-an-hour sticker. Well, we're not going to waste any fuel on this run. smart Cybertruck and a Tesla. So what's going to be faster, the pickup truck or the Tesla? I guess it depends on the model of the Tesla. We do know this pickup truck runs 11s. Oh, look at that thing go. Oh, man. It's going to be the Tesla. That thing's lit up. 116 at the 8th mile with a 641. John, that's quicker than your truck. 974 at the top end, 150.30 for the Tesla. That was unbelievable. You could just see it marching up track. That was pretty amazing. And the pickup truck ran 12:18, a little slower than the previous run, but he was probably spooked by the Tesla. That was cool. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, so at work Monday, the Tesla ran 9.74, under 10 seconds, and was going 150. That's amazing. But I'll have to bet that his battery was not in eco mode for that one. A 2019 F-150 from Ferndale, Washington. Well, the sharp eyes of our start line crew noticing a little drip coming off the bottom of that car and caught him just in time. Good work, guys. A lot of eyes at the racetrack, making sure everything is smooth and running safe. When you talk to a racer after an incident, first thing they have to say is thank you to safety crew and thank you for all their hard work. You guys are deeply appreciated by all the racers and by everyone. Thanks for all your hard work, guys. Good catch. Well, a big shout out to all the people at home watching online. Thanks for hanging out with us from home. Make sure you hit the like button. Big thanks to Lordco TV for putting it online. Well, a few racers coming up to collect their 100-mile-an-hour stickers tonight, and it's so awesome to see them collecting that sticker. I have a lot of memories going back over the years of people acquiring the 100-mile-an-hour sticker and being so excited about the 100-mile-an-hour sticker, and then a year or two later, you see them entered into bracket weekends and they become avid drag racers. It's pretty cool. The Friday Night Street Legal is a little bit of a racing 101 introductory to the sport. And I'm very, very happy to see so many people getting involved with the sport. And not racing on the street, but racing here on the track. That is so cool. 1378 for the win light, 111 miles an hour, Tower Lane. Well, the Trans Am, or on the spectator side of the racetrack, has a CB antenna on the trunk, like Smokey and the Bandit. That's pretty cool. 101 miles an hour for the yellow car, doing a 13:55 elapsed time. Tower Lane, the challenger, got the win. Went 12:82, 112.73. Take a listen to the Cadillac over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. It's got a very unique sound. Sounds awesome, and it's a stick car too. You hear them going through the gears. Spectator side of the racetrack with the win light at 1486. 1240, 112 miles an hour. Gets the wind light. And Tower Lane was over 16 seconds. Well, before they left, I would have been with you and probably picked that yellow Mustang to win that pair, but that Malibu was pretty quick. 1207 at 111 miles an hour. The Mustang was a 1362 at 109. ...2008 Jeep SRT 8 racing a Challenger with a 397. This ought to be a good matchup. So top time, who gets there first? Challenger having a bit of a traction issue. Not a problem for the Jeep. 12:16 at the top end, 114 miles an hour for the Jeep. Challenger on a challenging pass. So tailgate party, we still got a bunch of domestic cars beside the tower, but nothing behind the tower. That's the current status. 2019 Camaro out of Chilliwack, BC. From Mission, Len Banky. with an 84 Chevy S10. Camaro shows a 455 cubic inch engine, 383 for the Chevy S10. Ooh, that was a close one at the top end, 1339, beating a quicker 1314. That's based on reaction time, so a whole shot win for the S10 pickup. I mentioned I like Corvettes. Well, this is a nice pairing. Tim Wong and Harry Witter. A 15 Corvette and an 06 Corvette. The 06 was quicker with an 1191 at 125 miles an hour. Cool. Tim Wong was 1340 at 79 miles an hour, but was quicker at the half track. That 21 Challenger, nice sound and ride, went 1352 at 106. A 1964 GTO. Dean Doucette, spectator side of the racetrack, racing an 02 Infinity. Morgan Brandt out of Vancouver. Oh, that might be the wrong car. Finish line, the GTO, 1373 at 102. And the driver in the vehicle, Tower Lane, went 100.83. So if you're with that driver, let them know they qualify for the 100-mile-per-hour sticker. And they ran that in 13.9. The 07 Dodge 3500 Tower Lane really set up to change flat tires at night. That's right. I hope the jack's lit up. Oh, the diesel running away with it. 06 F-150 Devin White, spectator side of the racetrack, at the finish line first with an 1192. That big, heavy pickup doing 116 miles an hour. That's got some horsepower. 1427 Tower Lane, 102.65. Well, a Chevy taking on a Ford. Ford having to get out of it a little bit there to stay off the wall. Back on the power and gets to the finish line first, 1398, 110 miles an hour. The Chevy was doing 13.96 for ET at 99.71. Nice sounding pickup truck. Finish line first. 12:53, 107.78 for the big bad pickup truck in Lord Cole Lane. TCS lane ran a 14:36. Oh, hold on. 14:31. There it is. At 99.29. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes 2 and 3. Yes, Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, lanes 2 and 3. Little track prep ahead of the Outlaw class coming up next. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 2 and 3. Well, I just heard a controversial statement over the track radio, something about Barry is the best. I have no idea what that means, but Barry, you're the best. Really appreciate everybody being here tonight. What a great time we're having. Looking forward to next season, too. Big shout out and thank you to the British Columbia Custom Car Association for the opportunity for me to return to the mic at the end of the season. And I'm hopeful that they'll invite me back next year as well. It's been a real gas hanging out with you guys. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. We're going to slide you in after Outlaw. Make your way to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, you're called to the lanes. Well, thanks for your patience, people. It looks like the start line crew's pretty well got things sussed up. They're just gathering their ducks in a row, and we're going to get cars flying up track shortly. Well, they've just informed me that we're done with drifting. Well, that's all right. We're still drag racing, so you can hang out a little while longer with us at the drag strip and catch some of the drag racing. We're currently running the fast cars, the Outlaw class, which are cars running on slicks, and we've just sprayed the track. We're just waiting for it to flash off. Then we're going to be racing Outlaw. Attention in the pits. We've found a piece of ID. So Sharon Fernando. If you come up to the second floor of the timing tower, we have something you're going to want. A little piece of ID for you. Sharon Tracy Fernando. Head up to the second floor of the timing tower. We've got something for you. Well, we really hope you enjoyed the drifting event running here tonight, Friday Night Street Legals with a drifting event. That's pretty cool. We do that a few times each year. Now that the drifting is over, we're going to be drag racing for a little while longer. You may as well hang out, check out the drag racing part of Mission Raceway. Zoom, zoom, back to racing. I'm going to start it off with a Chevy taking on a Dodge. It'll light the 4 yellow bulbs at the top of the tree, and that considers fully staged and ready to go. There's 2, 3, 4. Up to the starter. All right, that cool 1960 F-150 once again. $11.86. Slower over the 11.46 of the pickup truck. Better reaction time by half a second. Cinched the win for the Roush over the pickup. '23 Corvette, 2018 Dodge SRT. Man, those Dodges are fast. Gets there ahead of the Corvette with a 10:09, 142 miles an hour. Wow. Corvette was doing a 120, 11:45 ET. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, lane 6. 10:28. 131 miles an hour for the Ventura. Getting a win over the Mach 1, doing 1170 in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sport Compact, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact. You've been called to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 6. Final Outlaw. Spectator side of the racetrack. Woo! That's cool. Yep. Big flames, too. Yeah. 12:05, 119 miles an hour. And flames, too. Cool. All right, one single pair to run in Junior Street. These kids, 13 to 17 years old, racing with their parent beside them in the passenger seat, running to the 8th mile. .972. TCS lane, 1151. Lloyd Cole Lane. That was it for Junior Street. Up next, our lonely last motorcycle all by himself. Unfortunately, the defrost's not working in the helmet, I guess. Having to wipe his screen off so you can see better. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It was great having you here. Thank you, Shannon. He ran 1167, 123.80 miles an hour. He was 101 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. doing 7.76 at the 8th mile. (13:06), 105 miles an hour. It turns on to little wind light at the top end. Wind light on. Lloydco Lane, 12:82. The elapsed time at 109 miles an hour. TCS lane was showing 15:01 on the reader board at 1:07. Wind light at 16:59 on the reader board, 91.91 miles per hour. The wind light, Tower Lane that time with a 14:46 on the reader board at 104 miles per hour. Friendly reminder to all people driving around the track tonight, on the racetrack, return road, or just through the pits, please turn on your headlights. It's the time of the day where we need you to have your headlights on, please. $11.30 for the W at 125 miles an hour for the 2019 Audi in the Lloydco Lane. $12.74, 109. Tower Lane getting the wind light turned on. Spectator side of the racetrack was a 15:14 at 97.89. Now I look around in the pits tonight and I see a lot of tow trucks, and it reminds me that I wanted to mention tonight. We're coming into the fall. The roads are going to get worse. There's going to be a lot of inclement weather. And we're going to see a lot of the tow trucks and first responders on the side of the road helping people. So as we come into the winter, I want to remind everybody to please slow down and move over when you see first responders and emergency vehicles on the side of the road. Let's keep our tow truck operators and our first responders safe throughout the winter. Please pull over and slow down. 1081 for the win light, 136 miles an hour to Tower Lane. Spectator side was 106 miles an hour with a 1283. Good side-by-side race. The win light 1471 over a 1488. Well, Lisa and Ryan running away with this one. 14 BMW gets to the finish line first with a 1345, 100.49 miles an hour. Parneet ran a 22-second pass. Attention in the pits, domestic class to lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits, domestic class to lanes 2 and 3. Yes, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 2 and 3 for domestic. 1561 in the Lord Cole lane with the little green light, showing at 97.36 miles per hour.
on the route.
Wins the race with a 16.12 second pass at 98 miles an hour in the Tower Lane. $12.98, 130 miles an hour, Tower Lane, and 15.04 spectator side, doing 92.52 miles per hour. We managed to chase him down. 12.25 at 120 miles per hour. Spectator lane was a 14:35 at 98.32. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to lanes 2 and 3. $16.19 for the win light, Tower Lane. And 16.13 was quicker, spectator side, but reaction time gave the racer in the Tower Lane a whole shot win. That is the last pair of Sport Compact for this evening. $12.83 turns on the win light, 110 miles per hour. Up next, domestic class. The Jeep over there on the spectator side of the racetrack running away with it. Gets a 12:39 at 114. Camaro ran a 15:52 at 98. '08 Jeep SRT8. This thing's pretty quick. The 21 Challenger challenging him over here in the Tower Lane. It's going to be the Jeep. With a 12:04, 113. $11.48 gets there first, 130 miles per hour. $12.35 for the vehicle in the other lane, doing 124. Good-looking pickup truck. That's a 1974 Chevrolet. The 2016 Dodge Tower Lane, Rob Harwood. Well, Dallas Bedard getting away first, twice as quick in reaction time. Win light 1343 for the Dodge. The old pickup truck went 1634. That's Cybertruck again. 11-second truck. That's so cool. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing. An 09 Challenger 370 Hemi over in the spectator side of the track. That should be a pretty good matchup. And the Trailblazers Cybertruck goes 1161, 113 miles an hour. Wow, that's unbelievable. 1265 for the Challenger, 112 miles an hour. Now, we just got reports of somebody losing a credit card tonight. If you're walking around, you find anything like a credit card or anything like that, please bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower, and we will make sure that that person gets their article back. Anything you find out there, you can just bring up to the timing tower. That would be very helpful. Pretty clean looking S10, Tower Lane. Camaro. Danielle Greneau with a 91 Camaro. Pickup. Well, on that pair, TCS Lane got the win at 1332, 106 miles per hour. And a little Tesla racing a 2015 Challenger. Challenger fighting traction. Tesla already there. That thing is fast. 147 with a 969. I don't think we would have believed that 20 years ago. See you guys. Thanks for coming. We love you. 1161 turns on the little green light top end on the spectator side of the racetrack. That Corvette was doing 124 miles an hour. Corvette Tower Lane was 128 miles an hour with an 1183. Tower Lane running away with this one. A little bit of traction concerns for the Camaro in the spectator side of the track. How about 1276, 118 miles per hour? That Camaro at the 8th mile was doing 93 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 8:59. Green light, spectator side of the racetrack, 1233, 115 miles an hour. Tower Lane was 1472 at 94. Well, the Mustang's on the chase. Can he get him? Not quite. 1334 to a 1346. That's a close one. Well, pickup truck, tower side of the racetrack, doing a little experiment with this tailgate open. Wow, let me tell you, Mythbusters actually did an episode on the tailgate being open or closed. And the findings in Mythbusters was tailgate closed was better. 1409 at 99.03 miles per hour for the pickup truck. Let's close the tailgate and see if it can go 100. 88 miles an hour, spectator side of the racetrack with a 1549.
Shelley, is Junior Street down home?
I'm kind of partial to this Cadillac stick car. And while he's going up track, I won't talk so you can listen to the engine. Really cool sounding car. Racing in luxury, going 1219 at 123.69 miles an hour. That's really cool. 113 miles an hour within the lapse time of 1275, showing on the reader board over here on the Tower Lane. That big, heavy pickup truck getting there ahead of the car, going 1246, 107.63 miles per hour. 9502 at 1448, posted on the reader board over here on the Tower Lane. The torque kicking in. $13.01 for the big pickup truck, doing 111 miles an hour and getting the green light turned on. 1551 for the Mustang, 92.29. Oh, Ford going up track on a solo pass. Goes 1199, 112 miles per hour. Well, folks, this is our last pairing of the season. We just don't have enough track to go through a whole other rotation. So this is going to be it for tonight, this last pair of cars. We do thank everybody for being here tonight, all the racers, all the fans, and all the sponsors part of the season this year. We look forward to seeing you back next season. And all you race fans here tonight, hopefully you're all back actually racing next year. So thanks for hanging out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals. It was a fantastic night with the drift and drags. Big shout out to Mopac Auto Supply, British Columbia Custom Car Association, and all the sponsors here at Mission Raceway Park. Really appreciate you all hanging out. Oh, Dodge giving us a bit of a show for the final pair. And the final green light of the year. On the pit lane. Thanks to everybody for hanging out. Thanks all the staff for all your hard work. Shannon, you rock. This is Rock Arsenault in the Tower saying, we'll call you later. Take care, everybody.